Oops. I pressed the wrong button like 3 times. Wait, why is that button back? I swear to God. I just spent a minute removing it. Hold on, I gotta get rid of... I have a button to kill. Alright, it's gone again. Alright. How y'all doing? I know it's gonna be pretty barren chat for a bit, but I'm good with this. Let me just open up the game. Whoop. Steam cloud data out of sync. Uh-oh. Now we're fine. Hello. Hey, Philip. How you doing? So if you're joining me or if you're watching this from the future, I used to stream a lot more than I do now. And I was doing a playthrough of Disco Elysium over the course of like many weeks. It was a fairly exhaustive playthrough. I really like this game, and I mean, it's hard not to, right? It's actually impossible not to like this game. I think this is one of the few games that I think serves as a litmus test. If you don't like this game, then I question you a little bit. That might seem a little judgmental, but I think it's just in the nature of the game. It's the game itself is questioning you. I stopped streaming for a number of reasons. Mostly I just couldn't maintain, both a weekly stream and also my mental health. It wasn't doing it for me. That doesn't mean I haven't had fun this week. I've had a lot of fun this week, and I'm glad I did this. And I wanted to do something weird and special, so I'm continuing my Disco Elysium campaign from like a year ago. And I think this will serve a couple of things. First of all, for those who were watching my Disco Elysium campaign, this will be in the playlist for Disco Elysium, so you can just continue watching it. But it's been a year. It's literally been a year since I stopped streaming. And so I'm going to be fairly lost, but that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter at all, because I'm not going to be any more or less lost than the main character. So it's honestly perfect. Love your stream. Your voice is easy to listen to. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Forgive the UI if you're watching in the future. I'm doing this for charity. I'm doing this for LGBT Foundation. I'm not going to do my spiel just yet. Elreth, I'm glad you stopped by. I'm having an issue with my campaign, specifically for commission rewards, because I'm not actually sure how to contact people via that interface. I'm kind of hoping that once I end the campaign, then I'll be able to contact people, but it's not making it obvious, and I can't really find any resources online that suggest that I will be able to contact people after the campaign is over. Sorry for people watching this for Disco, but this is important. If you would, do you have and use Discord? Because I think I'm just gonna have to track down people who have bought a commission, and so I can get them their rewards and like add them via Discord. I'm gonna let you know that I am Big Simple on Discord. If you have Discord, I encourage you to add me as a friend. Like use a passcode or something, like say something like, I don't know, carrot banana or something, like, so I know it's you. I'm on your Discord on same name. Oh, okay, perfect. Hold on, let me contact you then. I'm just gonna say hi, just so that I remember that I owe you a commission. Hold on a second. I have to turn off streamer mode for this. Okay, there you are. Hi. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to track down a lot of other people, because a few people bought commissions. I'm really hoping when the campaign ends, then I can just it'll let me contact people, but I don't hold out a lot of hope for technology and web-based interfaces. So welcome to day 4 of the charity stream. I am doing this for, I gotta turn that, I'm gonna have to turn that, carrot banana, you did it. Yo, commitment to a bit, I love it. Streamer mode back on so that no one hears my blips and bloops. I'm doing this for the LGBT Foundation, which is a national charity focused on providing critical health and well-being services, such as a helpline, counseling, information on sexual health and well-being. LGBT Foundation also works to educate people and encourage increased awareness and system change. They also provide a talking therapy program, which creates a safe space for discussing emotions and identifying strategies for maintaining mental well-being. LGBT Foundation offers a variety of programs based in Greater Manchester and Liverpool, such as providing tools and information for safe sex, the prevention of HIV, access to PEP and PrEP, and testing for STIs. You can commission me as a reward towards, with the donation going towards this charity. And I've added a little slight curveball on that one is there's now a comment, an extra little questionnaire, and it just asks you, can you just let me know your Discord name so that I can contact you after the charity is over so that I can get you your commission. You can also buy my numpad that I've been playing several hundred hours of Caves of Cud on, and you can, what else? There's more. Donate towards the reading of a movie script. We already hit our milestone, so I will be reading a full movie script tomorrow. And I hope to have a couple of guests on for that, but I'm going to have to contact them, so it might honestly just be me. Looks like Tremors is winning still by a pound. No one else has shaken that boat yet. And with all of that said, thank you very much for joining me on Disco Elysium. I'm very excited to continue this. I actually left this on a cliffhanger. It was very much like the halfway point of the game. So this should be very fun. I'm just gonna pick. Oh hey, within seconds we got some capitalism. Hell yeah. Let's talk to Kim, and we'll get ourselves refreshed.
Yes?
Tell me about the case again.
What do you want to know?
Just go over the preliminary info again.
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
Yeah, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
I've never given to any stream ever, so I have to figure out how to set this kind of thing up. If you mean like money or like monetary, I think Tiltify uses pretty all of the most common ways of giving money digitally, including PayPal and credit cards, that kind of thing. But admittedly, I am not sure how it works either. Mega cool, I've heard enough. No, not mega cool. Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They, Classier, as we've come to suspect, didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Let me make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer.
That's right.
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved, something supernatural.
I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not?
Why not?
Because it's not part of reality.
Oh.
So desperately mundane. You need to funk this case up.
Yeah.
There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The universe is too irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
I'm gonna convince him.
No, It's not a part. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor
Okay,
dispute.
hold on.
It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I
So-
just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
So the case probably isn't mysterious. Could it be sexy?
As you know, there was considerable interest in this case at my station, but probably not for the reasons you have in mind.
Are you sure there's not some sex angle we could be considering?
Good point. Martinez is famed for its occult sex murder rites. We'll get on it immediately.
Immediately. I've actually never played this game because all of my pals say I need to play this game. Hey, Faust, you need to play this game. I think that this should be like mandatory. I feel like this game should be mandatory. Even something like, you know, like we do a lot of. This is gonna be like painfully hipster for a second, but forgive me. You know, we do a lot of Shakespeare in high school, and I think that that's fine. I think we should also, like, this game should be covered in some kind of curriculum. Like, it should be picked apart and, like, studied. Because it's just, like, intensely, like, it's got so much going on, and it's got so much, like, bright philosophy in it that it deserves to be up there. Yo, thank you very much for the donation. Hold on, let me check that out. Hold on, I gotta check that out. Gotta check that out. Anonymous. Yo, the dream is real. 25 pounds towards Tremors. That puts Tremors ahead by a large mile. Ain't no way Shrek's catching up now. There ain't enough layers in this galaxy that's gonna close that gap. I am so happy that Tremors is ahead so far. Tremors activated. I am excited. I'm gonna let some people know tonight that that Tremors is on the menu. God, can you imagine if I had put like the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy on there? Oh God, that's a 24-hour stream right there, bud.
The weary tone is the surest indicator that the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
It doesn't have to be a cult. It can just be sex murder. I don't think I want to go down that path. You're being sarcastic, aren't you?
Extremely.
Oh.
It can still be an otherworldly sex mystery in your head, with a dark twist even. He's basically challenging you to sex it up with some lurid twist. Don't get right into it. Sit on it a bit, then hit him with it.
All right. I have all I need
Good.
now. Inland Empire Legendary. Convince Kim there's a sexy, dark mystery twist in the case.
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you.
Alright. Well, I have failed to convince Kim that there is in fact a sex mystery with a lurid twist, and so I have taken morale damage. As far as philosophy, political stuff, and humanism, I hold Disco Elysium up there with Xenogears. I mean, I'll take that seriously, but you have to imagine out of context. That's a really funny sentence. Also, I'm gonna close my window again. Cannot breathe for the amount of construction that continuously plagues my neighborhood. Ugh. So on a more on a deeper note, the last thing that I did in this game was I got slammed by some kind of weird sound device. when we were getting pretty close to something. I can't remember why we were even here. Dark water trails into the distance. There is no way out. I think Xenosaga does a much better job of the whole ideology trifecta thing. I can't say because I haven't played it. We're gonna take a couple of that. Just like, let's just do like one. We can always take more when we're in a in desperate need. No, wrong way. Never gotten the chance to play Xenosaga. Is that anime? We do not worship anime in the House of Bingle.
Detective, aren't you forgetting something?
Yeah, I am. I'm forgetting a lot of things.
We still need to investigate the scene, remember?
Oh, of course. I was just testing you to see if you remembered.
Let's just do it, shall we?
I hear very occasionally that the company still thinks, like the company that published this game still thinks that there's gonna be a sequel. And it's very disheartening to hear that there might be a sequel done without the original creators. How do I... There's a way to highlight everything. Is it Alt? Oh, here we go. Was oh neat anime game with robot wife within 19 hours later.
By dispassionately.
You finish disc 1 and question every atom in your body. Okay. How long does it take to beat disc 1? 60 hours? 30?
It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out.
Look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
You should, at this point, you can run all 3 games on a cell phone. Shine your light on the flash on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
Well, Faust, I have to warn you, and I do this knowing that my chat may become more bare, but if you haven't played this game, you definitely shouldn't spoil it for yourself. If you want to hang in chat, of course I invite you to, but like, you only get to play this game once, and I'm still playing it for the first time.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Nah, let's not read it. I don't think so. I can't even remember what I was wearing. Look at this. I sort of got this game 100% exemplifies, like, I wore the item for the stats. Like, this item has better stats but looks stupid as hell. I'm literally wearing an amphibious sports visor. Look at my dude. Look at Harry. He is not well. My detective, he is not, he's very sick. Okay, we're Ledger of Failure and Hatred. Where's the thing I just picked up? Oh yeah, I got a standard viral die. Viral? I want one of these in real life. Like, I genuinely wish I could order the one that I had specifically gotten in this game. Okay, here it is. Ruby's journal. Like, I played Undertale before streamers type. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's a very dialogue heavy game, but also there are some twists and turns. It's, you know, once you see the joke, you may not see it again for the first time.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Unwind the strap. Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her, when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently.
Just enough though. Yeah, it's not like it's not like anime dialogue heavy.
Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
Yeah, it's not a wall of text. It's got very good pacing.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Right. I'm pretty sure we were tracking down this character who worked. Sort of coming back to me now. She was the one that was being kind of hidden. She might have actually been the one who did the original murder. Maybe not, but she was being protected by the town almost like unanimously. Everyone was trying to protect her because she wasn't well. She's not really well emotionally. So okay. And then apparently, and then she blasted us with a sound device. How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
It just struck me that, you know, the game I played before Disco Elysium? This Disco Elysium was a reward for me having played an entire playthrough of a freaking Yeek Y2K. I played through the entirety of Y2K on stream, and I was like, you know what? After this, I'm playing Disco Elysium for the first time ever. That was a long time ago. What did she write the day Lely died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Okay. Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
No mention of La Puta Madre.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder.
It is absurd how good the narrator voice acting is in this game. I mean, all the voices are amazing, but specifically the narrator, and they got them to voice this whole thing. I don't know. That's wild to me. It's sort of like if you watch an old movie and it's got Robert Downey Jr. in it and half the cast of the MCU, and you're like, wow, they got all of them for a whole movie and they had no idea now that'll just never happen again because they're worth billions of dollars. I know that the case is not the same here, but it's when you see something as valuable as that and you don't take it for granted, you know what I mean?
Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why, were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Am I sure this is a mistake? Look at me.
Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin.
Right. Since I do still have amnesia, and my character, I'm trying not to spoil the character's name because I kind of had it spoiled, but it's you don't know right away what your name is. But you think you might be an assassin, but it doesn't make any sense because you're as incompetent as humanly possible without being bedridden. All of the time of dialogue some people never even get to. I was really trying to be exhaustive with this game because I do really enjoy just listening to it.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
Nice. What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her. Am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Ouida's. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Who do you think killed the Merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again,
No one heard the shot. Seems plausible. I don't know. T-Man wouldn't fuck me over.
maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him.
Right, that's who we were tracking down. We were tracking down, like, the mysterious extra Hardy boy.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Honestly, I can't imagine a better way to continue playing this game than, like, a year after he stopped playing it. Because now it's like, you know, I've got amnesia all over again. Okay, we've got some, we can level up. I like rhetoric, but I think we've got enough rhetoric. I wonder if we shouldn't take something like, Inland Empire. The entire Psyche line is very good. Empathy is good. Is there a recommendation in chat? Like, obviously I was going for rhetoric. But I think that, like, at a certain point, rhetoric gets kind of exhausting. You embodying the character perfectly then? Yeah, exactly. Like, my temptation is honestly to double down on ones that I've already taken, like perception. One more point in perception and I'm like golden. Empathy might be nice. Like, this game is definitely meant to be played multiple times. Visual calculus. I actually kind of want to put another point in visual calculus, because this is a really good one, and actually, you know, encourages the solving of the game in some ways. We have 2 skill points in it, I think. Oh, we have 2 skill points right now. All right, let's put 1 in visual calculus. And does anyone have a recommendation? Honestly, I kind of want to just put another point in visual calculus. It's not a bad one to put in. Oh, what's the what skill? I remember the pinball machine. I kind of want to solve the pinball machine. I say solve the pinball machine, but you know what I mean, like get the conclusion on the pinball machine. Is that interfacing that or is it hand-eye coordination that solves? If it's hand-eye coordination, I might take hand-eye coordination. Then there's shivers. Was heavy in visual calculus, logic, and encyclopedia? You were going for bumbling professor. Nice. I think I should take another in visual calculus. It's just like we're halfway through the game here, and I think that I'd like my character to actually be able to solve things. Like, as much as it's funny that my character is a complete incompetent fool, I would like them to be able to solve the case at hand. Are you a Luputa Madre peon? And I've pretty much done all of my slots here. I don't know. I could have used a point to unlock this. This is a ridiculous number of things. You do not have enough skill points available. So I need to spend a skill point to forget something. I definitely put a lot of points into my thought cabinet. But I think that is, you know, not incorrect. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I think that's one of the best things about Disco Elysium is I don't think there is a wrong way to play it. It's not the kind of game that you like hit F5 and F9 30 times throughout the game, you know? You definitely want to play it through a few times. I think maybe a good way of playing it is to like decide who you are right away and very commit to questions and decisions. I'm having an interesting sound issue. Can you guys hear that?
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
Alright, we can't fast travel. Okay, hold on. So these are checks that we can try again. Suna the Programmer, Logic Godly. Perception Legendary, the Hanged Man. So there's something to still perceive from that. All of these are very difficult. Sleeping Dock Worker. Physical Instrument Challenging. And then the rest of these are ones we could potentially try again. Whoops. This scroll bar really does not work very well. Interfacing Challenging. It looks like I had a lot of physical instruments that I could do. Unless these are ones I've already accomplished, I'm not sure. These are found white checks. Those on white are available to try now. Well, I thought we already opened the church. Here's the wall.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A single person stands on the sideline.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
I guess I want to go back to the church. I'd pretty much figured out the church, like gotten that figured out. There's no way through that door. The church had some very mysterious stuff going on, and I was very dedicated to like learning about that as quickly as possible. So I think I pretty much did everything I could at the church, but there might be something else. I don't want this playthrough or this session to be like, oh, I'm just gonna spend the whole time remembering everything and then redoing a lot of dialogue trees. So I'm gonna use my journal to figure out what I can try again and what threads I can follow up on.
Yes, what is it?
Godly logic. Form a theory on the 2mm hole in the world.
All you hear is silence in your head.
Okay, well, that's that.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin. It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
So I think there's also this like mysterious or like extra rule governing the world in Disco Elysium called the Pale, and I still don't know what that is. The game treats it as a very universally understood thing that everyone knows about, so therefore no one talks about what it actually is. Also, I don't foresee it as being a problem, but if you are, if there are, well, I guess if it's not a problem, I may as well not even mention it. I just wanted to let people know that if you are watching this, to try and not fill the chat with spoilers, but that's not a problem right now, so y'all are fine. Let's check our book again. None of those are our book. There we go. The net picker, measure head. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we didn't do anything with measure head. Map wall, interfacing challenging. What? I wonder why it's got these split up like this. All right, let's head back to town.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring light.
Kim, there's danger up ahead.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
I'm scared.
This isn't the time for fear. Go.
Okay.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Kim, what's going on here?
Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
I think Loincloth insinuates that he's Unga Bunga caveman. This is a culmination of a lot of threads coming together here.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Who is this? Rude? It sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Who is that? This is a third character? There is 3 of them. Is it this guy? Huh. Rude Hohenclohen.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
I need to put away my my flashlight.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
All right. Stop. This is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd, losing his balance for a moment. He staggers.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Is the only word you can make out. It doesn't sound calm. Easy now, no one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin.
Mm-hmm.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Okay, we have a 92% chance of thinking of an argument.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Not great words to hear when you are trying to remember the threads of the story. Just a question: who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel? Krenel does not give you the right to conduct a tribunal. You were called down well once. What happened? I kind of want to just do this top one. I think that this is pretty good. It sort of flashbangs the whole situation. Asking a question is a good idea to get someone thinking, even if they don't want to.
I am a Colonel Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
So you are the highest ranking of the three of you.
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, The other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
What's the highest rank in Krenel? What's the highest rank?
King
Ask-
Reaper.
Yeah. Well, ask him a question. As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed. This is weak.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Well, that's a problem.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Suggestion formidable. Talk about the hanged man.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you, a major?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased.
Ah.
No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
Right.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul and Elise Cortiner. Look him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
And then went to the same military academy and the same unit and the same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
I don't think this is gonna work, because I don't even think his brother will believe that's true.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
I don't like this one. That one's just gonna rile him up. He had blue eyes, didn't he, your brother?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Alright, I'm going to conclude this. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find this killer.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here. Today.
I don't like this one because she's trying to stay hidden. I think we should just go for the they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did that?
It was me. That's an interesting one, actually. It was someone else, someone who's not here right now. But that doesn't really solve the situation, because then he's gonna want to kill me. Even if he believes me, he would want to kill me, and then I have to kill him. And that does not end things peacefully. Both of these feel kind of weak. Just need... It definitely wasn't Claude. I can't remember how her name is pronounced. She was pretty confirmed to be, like, a fan. One of the few people that liked the guy, I think. It wasn't Titus. I really don't think it was Titus. It might have been Ruby, honestly. There's a small chance it was Ruby. But, that's just because it's out of left field, and that's very much the MO of this game. It was someone else, someone who's not here right now.
How fucking convenient.
Oh no, he's put his hand back on the gun.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. That's interesting. Oh shit. Wait a minute. I remember now. He was shot from a great distance, and this guy's holding a freaking rifle. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
Why doesn't he believe me? I should have put points in logic, damn it.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
They didn't confess. He was shot, he wasn't hanged. One of these is the correct one, and I don't know which one, unfortunately.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
When they confessed, they were lying.
Fucking liars.
Pulls the trigger, a plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his gun. He didn't shoot someone, right? He just shot the gun?
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
100% this guy, who we've never met before or ever seen before, is the person who killed him. Which is just freaking typical for this game, because we've spent actual days tracking down the killer, and like the guy was killed by like 3 framed people. And so for it to be a sniper by of someone who we've never met would just honestly be perfect.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer.
He's clad entirely in ceramic plate. He's the only one that we can't kill because he is entirely he's clad entirely in ceramic. Because the only flaw of the ceramic armor is it makes the people wearing it overconfident, and so you can try and shoot them in the head. But the ceramic armor itself is impenetrable.
What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Count the figures. I actually think this is going to be important.
About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
Kills black people?
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
Gene.
Where is... Okay, the Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. Well, we can try it, I suppose.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pines is not going to forgive you a massacring a bunch of innocent people. We're working together. She knew you were out of control. She told me.
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you silos.
As you look to the bay, you see a small green sail on the horizon by the crumbling sea fort, growing smaller.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid! The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Looks around, tired, suddenly, sad even.
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay, even if it means dying here with him.
I don't want to shoot him. I really don't. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Alright, well, this is the only thing left before we shoot them, so...
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left.
Gart, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
What do you mean she left?
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
Okay. Alright. I failed to find the peaceful route.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look through the smoke rising from the barrel.
The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow like a waterfall in reverse.
Look at Courtenaire.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Reaction speed is only 42%. Blink, think.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.6 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the thick barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger.
Jesus.
Absolute destruction. God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. Time is running out.
Alright, reaction speed. Gotta do it.
A low shot rings. You feel a tapping, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly from plate to plate.
Right, I was actually wearing some of the ceramic armor.
You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns. Feels like blood is slowly seeping into your lungs.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. He has to. The rifleman will fire at you again. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Evade the shot, impossible. Okay. 3%.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
Oh, jeez.
You can also feel the bone where the bullet went in. Something very sharp. like broken teeth under your fingers.
Try to open your eyes.
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them, like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me. It's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
She would have started loving me again, but I called her and now she won't.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
True.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
I'm alive.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The piss jacket, Kim. You took it off?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
No, Kim. No. What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun. It's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Ouch.
That's right. Ouch, indeed.
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
Shit.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Jeez. Okay. We fully failed to keep peace in the streets.
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
This is the one. And they're all dead, all 3 of the contractors?
The Pole was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Hear my background noise while I finish painting my living room? Nice. Everett had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
And that's
All.
an absolute disaster.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
6 people are dead.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire.
Can I walk?
We will see.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Good. I don't need them.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd. You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Better not agitate yourself further. It really hurts.
Sorry.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
If Kim had died, I would have loaded.
Easy now. How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Leafrater.
But the piss jacket!
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
No, Kim. What happens now?
I honestly don't know.
But I don't know either.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone.
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Oh, that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, you checked? She's really... Killed the... Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
The Maybells, Kim, the flowers.
What?
Yank it out and show the dried flower while it falls to pieces. This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
You're wrong.
He's wrong.
He's wrong. Every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case.
Okay.
I'm a Laputa Madre peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
What about the hall in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
The footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
God damn the footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs. Rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
An antique bullet from a Bel Maghreb 446 millimeter. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Can't believe they're useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside, you think.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Actually, I want to talk about this crime some more before I tell you what I think about this hardness. Solving crime is hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly wary.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
Let's just aimlessly wander until a clue presents itself. Let's check Clauset's room.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
We got ourselves another skill point. I kind of want to just open up hand-eye coordinate. A bit more hand-eye coordination would have been good. Maybe I should just save it for now. I really want to put my flashlight away. There you go. Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. Newly placed glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside, back in the world again. I'm glad Gart didn't die. That leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Looks like she left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note.
Jesus.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
I think it'll be a good gift. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. The thread is tied to the antenna. I think this is the line of the shot.
Yes?
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum.
This is good.
This is old.
This isn't bad at all.
I think this is how I got here in the first place. I think this is the line of the shot. Hey, Eric. Oh, here we go.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
Not done with it yet, but working on it. Are tremors a go, or are we going to shrink it up in here? There's a fairly large donation today towards tremors, so it looks like tremors is a go, unless someone spoils it all by saying something stupid like, I Shrek you, donates towards Shrek, and at the last second. But the cutoff is going to be the end of the stream today at 5 p.m. EST. That's 4.5 hours from now. So if I end the stream today and Tremors is still winning, then we're a go for Tremors tomorrow.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
This thread doesn't match any of the ones that I had previously considered.
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime. The island in the bay.
She's trying to tell us the shot came from the islet.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that islet, a sunken sea fort. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
You'll share a link to get more eyes in here, if that's okay. That's perfectly okay. So long as the place you're sharing the link is sanctioned ground. I don't know. Nah, go for it.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
Good to see you. Hello, Radio Free ACAB. How you doing?
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
This is also a location we have yet to rule out.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem enthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the island. Kim's really tired of my shit.
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one on the island from the coin-operated viewer.
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course. I'm in. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the net picker, she's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
I'll only be a little bit disappointed if there's no way to actually solve the case from the information that we had gathered and that it is completely outside forces. But I mean, I do think that that is just kind of the nature of the game. You can gather as much information as you want, but you just don't have all of the pieces. Let's talk to Gart one more time.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, People don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
So I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
LOL.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
If you say it as two different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong with your... I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself, stepping onto that balcony.
Alright, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
I like Gart. Gart's one of my favorites. Somewhat underappreciated, maybe. I don't know.
Hi again, Gendarme.
What is it about the way he carries himself?
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Hey, look, it's Northern Lion. I remember Northern Lion hangs out here. You gotta spend money to make money. Haha, classic Ryan. Is that the pinball machine? No, that's a different pinball machine. Oh, hey, Titus.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
It's really sad seeing how few of these them are left, the Hardy Boys.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you, but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
This was a pillow fight compared to the gloaming that is soon at hand. We shall all perish in the coming cleanse. No. I superstarred the shit out of that. Shake his hand.
Now, how can I help you?
I'm sorry about the people you lost.
Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
What about that Shanky fella?
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
They were good people. I'm sorry it went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
What does that mean?
It means you might die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right?
Clearly,
fellas?
Spike Spiegel. You're gonna carry that weight, cowboy.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, what is this, Oregon Trail?
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now?
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block.
Your guy, your responsibility. Do what you feel is right. I don't think Kim is going to be cool with that. That's not going to bring back... I don't really want to discourage them either. Frontier justice.
The lieutenant shakes his head, but doesn't say anything. Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only break his legs.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then... I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
It's astounding to me that regardless of like the belief of any character in this game, they're all likable in their own way. You know, like just in the way they're very matter of fact about their stance. I guess the only ones I'm not keen on are the ones in ceramic armor whose names I'm forgetting now, but like obviously they're not great. They're I don't think they're meant to be liked by anyone really. But every character has a likability of them, which is a really difficult thing to pull off. Do you know what happened to Clage?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
You really liked her, didn't you?
Nope.
Nope.
He did.
Okay, got it.
He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
Any idea what I should do now?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Signs of good writing. Yeah, I mean, the people who wrote this game really kind of Sisyphus the shit out of it. You know what I mean? They took on a very monumental task and they took it on, and they did it as good as anyone could possibly do it.
Yeah, go pay Monica visiting Janro. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
All right, bud. Come on.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
It sincerely amuses him how hard these guys typecast themselves.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
Bina Claude. So long, fellows. Be good so that I don't have to come back here again.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Janro. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
How can you say that to a man who's wearing a frog visor?
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
RCM could really use a man like you, Titus. Think about it.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
We got a new graffiti that, you know, I make it a point not to read anything I don't understand. So I'll let them explain it for me.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar.
Yeah, I recognized it as such. Finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
How's Kim's car doing? I want to call in to make sure I'm not a
Inside,
Puta
you see a set of
madre.
steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
We've been attacked, I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope.
So, careful what you say through the fuzz. Okay.
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Gotcha.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft
Well, can I
glow
ask
of
if
the
I'm
fuel.
a Puta Madre?
57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to the Station 41's Lazarus.
It will take just a moment.
Her voice is
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
I was told to call the Lazarus. People are worried about me.
Oh, it's you.
Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here.
Isn't there anything you can do for me?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Yes, I want the truth.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson.
Wow.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
I've lost my memory.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised.
There is no surprise in his voice. only careless superiority.
You're not surprised? Okay, anything else?
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
I guess that's it for now. Well, I've been shot. Firewalker here.
Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't breathe in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic breath in and...
It would be an artistic statement of some kind or another.
Cop sets fire to himself. That would be quite an interesting conceptual piece, don't you think?
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that will surprise absolutely no one. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems?
I've been shot.
Ah, it's you. Walking, talking, though.
Yes, but...
Great. Any other complaints?
Oh, okay. I've had a heart attack.
And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Yes.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
Accept it. The body is an object, and objects break down. Do what good you can with yours, before the rest goes too.
Alright.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Reconnect me to the 41st.
Right.
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over.
I'm happy to report that I have found my badge.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
I have successfully located my 9mm Villiers pistol. It's on me now, and I won't lose it again.
10-4, sir, roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
I've heard that some people think of me as a La Puta Madre's peon. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss.
10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. Over.
I mean, you can't tell me anything about me, but I'm me.
10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything else? Over.
10-10, commission completed, standing by, over.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Tap on the fuel preheater gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Okay. It's one of my fave lads.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
Alive and limping.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was going to be the end of the game there for a moment.
So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Still looking around, loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire?
The
lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
Can't share anymore.
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like yours, you have to.
Got any smokes on you?
Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Hey, isn't he, like, smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
You're smoking right now.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Alright. My general rule of thumb in this game is if Kim doesn't like it, I try not to do it too much often. All the time. Like every time he doesn't like something. Like sometimes, like most of the time, I try not to do all of the things that he doesn't like. Most of the time. Sometimes, most of the time. Like 30% of the time, if he doesn't like something, I won't do it. But then 70% of the time, I try... I'll probably do the thing. If he really doesn't like it, I won't do it. Mostly. Usually. Generally. 50-50. If it's really fun, I'll do it. Unless he really doesn't like it, and then I won't do it. Probably. Is that new graffiti? Hey, is that a guy sleeping in a tube? I don't remember talking to that guy. Are you drinking that? You're in a tube, lad.
Damn cool, Abigail.
Who are you? What's your name?
Damn cool, Abigail.
Where am I? What is this place?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in.
Lean
closer.
in.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
Tell me about your friends.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail?
Hey, I'm an important official of investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing a really disgusting, hacking cough.
Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Hey, tequila.
He's in a two-piece Lycra trademark tracksuit.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Tequila.
Yeah, tequila sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Idiot Doom Spiral is this person's name?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Not too hot. I'm on a 50-year losing streak.
That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5.
Looks at his stained Lycra with a grim expression.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
Hell yeah. What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Oh, is this the communist rally party or something?
Please don't call. Don't call.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
It's a pirate's life for me, yo-ho. What is Tequila's Sunset? Don't say it, Sock. You keep saying it.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
Maybe.
Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
For some reason, the name Tequila fills me with foreboding. Perhaps, maybe I shouldn't learn what it means.
You think you feel bad now? Wait till you've heard the story.
No. You need the wisdom.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
I love that we're getting the recap in this stream, because this is exactly what I needed.
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things."
Say nothing. It's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
So is Tequila Sunset an event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about the person? Did I mention losing anything else today? Yeah, did I mention this?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
I'm gonna be opening that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Please.
Abigail.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It sounds like me.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did we talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Seemed like you've characterized your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
You might get scammed here.
I have a feeling that this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
So this is how being on the other side of the barrel feels. What do you need?
Booze! Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
We've got a potent Pilsner. What do I have?
Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
How many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees. An all-star team. A potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet?
It was a day not unlike this one here. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You've got to be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
So what happened next?
I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
I'm gonna take a second here. I've got 2 skill points, and it might be a good time to take a concept. But I'm not sure what I've got. -1 logic head in the clouds. Temporary research, cop of the apocalypse. I just recalled that these things need time to take. Temporary research bonus, the bow collector. Actual art degree. Can't even look at this shit. Date of birth generator. Temporary research bonus, +1 interfacing. Why did the melody line from a broken and discarded tape fit perfectly into a song played by a speed freaks in a frozen tent? All red checks fail. Seems like the point of this game is victory. The absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertaking. Humpty Dumpty Dom Center. I don't know. I don't think I can. I don't think I like any of those, to be honest, so I think I'm just gonna spend some points real quick. I'm gonna do one more visual calculus and then I'm gonna save a point.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Is that it? I feel like there are some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
You've got one hell of a story.
Yeah. Maybe I've exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a life of its own. But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Truly, he has the soul of an artist.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim?
Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
Come on, man. This is your jacket. You just don't remember it.
No fucking way. Idiot Doom Spiral never forgets a piece of premium menswear.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier.
I like this guy a lot.
Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
Spiral's jacket. Okay.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
Want to hear the story of your name again? Have you got any other stories?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Alright, here's a Commodore Red.
Classy. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Coran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
You're out of your element, Donnie.
Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Hett is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal. Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
A horse?
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man...
The pause is long and dramatic.
With no head on his shoulders, wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Wait, I thought the headless found rider rode a bull. Show him the figurine.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man.
That's super spooky.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ulla de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ulla turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless found rider looming on the horizon. Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What did the case file say?
Naturally, Ulla de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless found rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
Was she arrested?
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling. Not a pretty scene.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed. Anyway, that's the story of the headless found rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
Who was the headless rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline. Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
I've got to agree, your theory sounds the most plausible.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
That's nothing. I've got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
The gnome of Jeroma dissolves its victims with acid.
Acid gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name.
No, we're not done yet.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila?
What about the...
There's no way you know a better one than that.
What about the Coldo Mama de Qua? It's a magical self-replicating sound.
I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a headless rider in a found tracksuit, though.
No.
Yeah?
Giant of
Why don't you go eat shit,
Coco Nur
Tequila?
is as big
There's
as a
no
mountain.
way. Giants? That the best you got? Give me a break, Tequila.
I've already seen some weird shit on this case. A headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right in.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Whatever became of the headless fallen rider?
No one knows.
Oh.
Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Hey, Narf. How are you doing?
Hi. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I'd like to listen to the tale of the headless fallen again. Have you got any more urban myths?
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to fortify myself before I can tell that one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice.
You're bleeding me dry. I don't have any... I don't want to give you any more. I don't have any on me right now.
If you find any, I'd be extremely grateful. You too, Tequila son.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Oh yeah? What's up? Getting ready for meeting gauntlet? Come on, Kim.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
For starters, you are dressed like an old fascist. Is that really appropriate?
What? Am I?
You're wearing the vestments of order and hierarchy. You have nothing to answer for. Accept all the war crimes the people in those vestments perpetrated. But what's a few atrocities here and there if you look cool doing it?
That's not quite what I was going for.
Then maybe you should change your look. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case.
Okay. I should change my look. What is particularly fascistic? Is it my Royal Carabinier? It's probably the Fairweather cuirass. I mean, it served me well. I didn't die. Let's wear this jacket. I like the jacket. Pinball maker's coat. I mean, that's pretty good too. Night-eyed terror-torn tie. Electrochemistry, less logic. I like logic. Party Dragon Silk Robe is nice, but it's also kind of goofy. Encyclopedia. Less authority, more logic. Kind of don't care if my logic or my authority takes a beating. I like this shirt a lot. Half-light, less composure, less savior fare. Now let's get some savior fare going on. What are these gloves doing for me? More interfacing. More half-light. I'm not taking the hat off. I refuse. Shoes are empathy. Do I put the necktie back on? Kind of like what I got going on right now, to be honest. I guess I really do like these gloves. Just the look of them is kind of nice. Alright. So authority is taking a beating, but we're cool everywhere else. Let's get some more booze. I want one more story before we head to the inlet. At least I kind of look like a detective right now. Maybe I could find myself another hat or tie.
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is? Cool! That's cool!
Okay, well, hold on.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
I need those fallen sneakers. +1 reaction speed, +1 hand-eye coordination. Those are really nice sneakers. Maybe I should grab them.
You keep coming back! That's good, officer! Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy!
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
You find the box.
No more stuff.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
Can't remember if I can get the things, the hubcaps I pawned back. I felt genuinely bad for pawning them.
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
No. I'm looking for the pawn shop. I don't think I'm getting closer. I thought it was a little bit south. Jeez. The art is absurdly good in this game. Alright, let's see if I can buy some more booze.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
To the left of some croissants and a small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Give me a potent pilsner.
Here you go, mister.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
Okay. We got ourselves some alcohol. I want the last story. But where's the pawn shop? Also, how's our friend here?
Everyone says
You know.
started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who's saying that?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Okay.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
Who knows?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
What are those strange words you use?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay. Where's the pawn shop? I've lost the pawn shop. I thought it was over here. Wait, is this it? Yeah, this is it.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
You're calling this politics?
In its purest form. Now, what can I do for you?
All the old boom. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the...
Okay, well, I can't do anything here. Alright, we're gonna go get the last story, and then I'm gonna go to the islet, because I don't know if there's much else to do, really. Unless there's a bunch of checks I can try. Backyard wall, impossible conceptualization, challenging physical instrument. God, this scroll wheel sucks. How do you get the scroll working so badly? Like it's ungodly bad. Map wall challenging. Nah, we're just gonna progress things. I'm gonna get this story because I want the story, and then we'll continue the main case. go in here? It's kind of astounding to me how I can get lost in this game. Okay, there he is. We're very close to the person we want to talk to, so we might as well do this.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
Found another batch of alcohol. Can you tell me the third story now?
Of course. Drink first, story later. Not much, but it will do. This last one is the most Martinet story I've ever heard. I've never heard it mentioned outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast 8, 9 months now, and in that time I've seen at least 3 expeditions come through, searching for something.
Cryptids?
Magic animals? No, man, this is serious stuff.
Your lost keys?
Hey, hey! Fuck you, Tequila.
A place to call home?
No, Tequila. Most people already know where they live. It's guys like you and me that are the exceptions.
What kind of expeditions?
All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing's got a pull on certain kinds of people.
What do you mean, certain kinds of people?
You know, obsessive types. People with predilections.
Me?
Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so, looking haggard and dejected. Others don't return at all. The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me. There was no way it could be true. It was just too high concept, even for me. I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state, and it might be too much for you to handle.
I can handle it.
Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there. Our story begins at a legendary design studio, right here in Martinez.
These the roleplay creators?
There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in Aranya, where he did some real pioneering work on grotesque and sans serif typography. A fucking genius, man. That is, if he even existed. Who knows? It's an urban legend, after all.
Had to sneeze.
Anyway, sometime later he started his own personal studio here in Martinez. And that's when he started working on some really wild stuff. I'm talking some glass-smooth, forward-looking design language, the kind of thing that would totally overthrow the old regime, design-wise.
A paradigm-shattering revolutionary?
But then, something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand.
Nose candy?
You know Tequila, nose candy, the white railroad, party powder.
Yeah.
The kids on the streets also call it Snow Day.
Sinus salt, the white night.
Can't see, for its popularity among the aristocratic class of the prior century.
Along with a number of more banal street names. Blow, of course, but also Flake, Powder, Pearl. Really, anything that's white will get the idea across. He's talking about cocaine, baby.
Are you referring to cocaine?
Shit yeah, Tequila. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
So what happened to him?
You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so high concept that regular amounts of cocaine just weren't cutting it. By the end, they were bringing it in by the lorry load. Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much cocaine can't be healthy for a regular human, right?
Wrong. Do it all the time.
All the time?
All day, baby.
Hey, Tequila, pay attention. The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his pièce de résistance, an advert so minimal it contained neither text nor images, just pure white. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine."
What a loss for the world of design.
I know, Tequila. I know. But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly 1/4 kilo of coke jammed into his nasal cavity.
That's almost certainly anatomically impossible. Wrong again, nerd. Where there's a will, there's a way.
That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritsian pure. Not that cut-rate shit your grandma does. There are those who believe the designer was buried with this 1/4 key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those expeditions are looking for.
What?
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull.
And why do people think that the skull is here in Martinez?
Here's the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studio, was born in Martinez. A local boy, Martin Martinez. That's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe there. Or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez proper. A hidden mausoleum, no one knows exactly.
Maybe a bunker.
No, my grandma always told me his grave lay somewhere on the islets on the bay.
This is ludicrous and physically impossible. Sinuses can contain that amount of anything.
Now, detective. Always the skeptic. My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
What do these expeditions plan to do with it?
The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum, the gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market, and the ad agency guys say they're seeking inspiration.
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them to it, Harry. You could snort the magic skull cocaine instead.
Amazing.
I'm pretty sure they all just want to snort it, though.
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
You said something about islets.
Don't listen to him or his grandma. He's just making things up.
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater. Or no, maybe it was the storm sewers.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or in an ancient step pyramid offshore.
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
What have you learned from the other expeditions?
They're pretty vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're looking for the grave of a friend, with picks and shovels. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. Honestly, I think they're not really scientists, just rich. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to snort some blow out of a dead man's nasal cavity.
Perfect.
Honest men on an honest quest. You should join them.
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast.
Okay, I'm convinced. Let's go find it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on just a minute. Finding it right now is literally impossible.
What?
Why?
For one, the way is blocked by the big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area behind that lorry too, yet it is impassable. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be a big production to do the Cocaine Skull justice. You need new gear, people who know what they're doing, all kinds of provisions. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word cocaine writ large on it. The PR is tricky on this.
Damn, that's too bad.
Wait, maybe there's another way. Maybe up around the coast? Don't give up now.
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance.
Any more stories?
Not that I can think of, currently.
Makes sense. You have been drinking a lot.
That might be the case, yes.
Well, that was fun. I don't know if I can find the cocaine skull, but that's fun. All right, let's get the show on the road.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you.
I don't merely exist in this world. I live in the between life and death. Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should see the other guys. No. I'm gonna conclude this.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Give me 1 sec. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tide just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Nod along.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes
I
as she smiles at you.
don't know about that one, bud. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the
Hello,
fuel,
this is
will
my
you?
favorite game.
Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
I guess, sorry to remove your message there. That might have been in the spirit of the game, but it's hard to tell these days.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence.
Can you give me money to buy cigarettes and alcohol? It would help ease the horrors of the passage of time. What did the smoke smell like?
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop.
I forgot that was an
Corrosion
actual
has
line.
opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow.
It's been a literal year since I've picked up the pieces of this game, so I've forgotten some of the lines.
The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Are you asking me? No, I'm not asking you. Yeah, this has been a very exhaustive playthrough wherein I basically poke and stab into the darkness of like every single thread and story. And so the game asks me, do I want to shave my face? And so I say yes. What would happen if I did that? The only thing I have not done in this game, in this playthrough, is I have stayed away from all forms of, drugs, because I wouldn't want Harry to have to go through that. Save often when you run around on a single life point. I've got a bunch of health charges, so I don't know. I guess you mean like if I have only the one health point? Yeah, for sure. Oh, also, Maine, I'm happy to report that Tremors is winning by a whopping 25 pounds. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. Who are the people who live across the road?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly.
What about the bus stop?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
Memes are temporary, peak is forever. I love that. That is perfect. What about the road?
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn.
Dead dog?
Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant.
That is enough.
The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to the twins.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Are you talking about the dance scene, Maine? Because I did exhaust the church pretty thoroughly. Unfortunately, it did not go the way I wanted it to go. Harry danced. Kim did not. Tragedy.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
You mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
They got really good voice actors for these kids. Every voice in this game is like perfect. You mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Did you get the Shivers revelation from it? I am not sure. I don't know. I got a bad end from the church, is all I'll say.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
Oh, nice.
Don't say that, he didn't.
Your father did not kill himself?
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Bye, kids. Apparently I got something. What did I get? Found windbreaker. Find booze and drink it. Go to the island. Light the graffito on fire with a burning cigarette. I don't know if I want to do that. Kim would not approve, even though it's really cool.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death, but still.
Okay, so do we just get on the boat then? Yeah, we just get on the boat.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72.
Before we do this, I'm going to go ahead and give you all my spiel, and then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Won't even be a minute. So I am raising funds for the LGBT Foundation, which is a national charity focused on providing critical health and well-being services, such as a helpline, counseling, and information on sexual health and and well-being. It also works to educate people and can encourage increased awareness and system change. LGBT Foundation provides a talking therapy program that creates a safe space for discussing emotions and identifying strategies for maintaining mental well-being. The LGBT Foundation offers a variety of programs based in Greater Manchester and Liverpool, such as providing tools and information for safe sex, the prevention of HIV, access to PEP and PrEP, and testing for STIs. I am offering a number of different rewards with the money going straight to this charity, including commissions, and you can also buy my numpad, which has seen extensive use in the form of various traditional roguelikes, mostly Caves of Cud. And you can also donate towards one of 4 movie choices, which I will be reading the full script of tomorrow. The deadline for that is the end of the stream today, so we have a matter of 3 hours left before it is decided which movie I will be reading the full script of. I might have some guests helping me with that, so that should be fun. I'll be doing some other things tomorrow as well, Caves of Cud and the like. When I did the church scene, Harry passed out while talking to Shivers, and it dropped one of the best pieces of dialogue in the whole game. I am Revachol. I think I did get that, actually. I might have. It's, like I said, it was basically a year ago that I stopped playing this game, because that's when I stopped streaming. I'll be right back. I'll be 1 minute, and I'll see y'all soon. Okay, I'm back. Let's do this.
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Sure, let's do it.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the netpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Get in and ride to the island. I love it.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free.
Picked a commission, but I used half of the money I wanted to rig the poll in favor of Tremors. We'll tell you what, Maine, are you in my Discord? If you want to ask for like a simple commission, then I'd be happy to oblige. You helped make Tremors possible. How could I ask for more from you, you know?
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last
I'm in way too many Discords and I talk in none of them, so I am averse to joining more these days. No worries. If you can find an easy way of letting me like contact you and we can like hash out a commission, then I'd be happy to do so. I'm not trying to push my Discord. I honestly don't care if people want to join or not, but like, just for the sake of convenience, so I can hash out a commission.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
So where am I? Here? Makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. Rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in the Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
This means I sorta got into the depot door.
Technically, no, it doesn't.
He's right.
Okay, well, you all know I'm gonna be searching and investigating extensively here. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Is that it here? Can I not go over there? There's something over there. Seems like I should be able to get over there. Mazout. Mazut? Attention, inflammable. Flammable? I thought you said inflammable. Some fuel has leaked out. That's foreshadowing right there.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work.
To the west.
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers.
1 second here. Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
Col de Mamadakwa. We are way out now. Way out in the west. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Kim.
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away. Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
Have you noticed how quiet it is?
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Little Birch from the coin-operated viewer still holding on. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. We're gonna discover so many things here. I was gonna say any site I am on, I have the user binary bagel, but honestly none of the socials are really that good for communication with media. Okay. I'd give you my email, but there's really no easy way of me doing that without me exposing myself. So, you know, I hope the thought is appreciated. But you let me know if I can. This was once an armament rest. twin cannons were attached here. Medium distance, large caliber. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Someone was sleeping here, maybe? Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. A moth-bitten bed sheet keeps the wind out. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
42%.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Sure.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Was that a mistake?
Sleep.
Go outside to the beach. Okay. How do I get out of here? Go down to the chain, there's something there. Wasn't there a key that highlights everything you can interact with? Yeah, I've been pressing it and it hasn't really been working. I might have also turned it off to stop me being tempted to use it. I can't remember if it's Shift or Alt. Walk into the water now. You see your footprints on the water. Further.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go. This is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality, aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say, then over her shoulder.
Anyway.
Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
That's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But...
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
I don't even remember who you are anymore. Maybe I think I've reached the end of the investigation.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight, but it's clear you're still making her sad.
Your innocence, Dolores Day. I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
Doesn't have to be like this. Nah. Okay then, super okay. I still have other things I need to know. 20 years, that's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
So you felt that way once? That you cannot live without me?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Okay then.
What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
You're the X something. You're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that.
Kiss her? I don't know.
I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
You're the voice on the phone.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
Do what?
Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
I know, you would have called me yourself if I just let you. It wasn't me, it was my hand.
They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. Wrapped in my future love. There, I think of you less and less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery.
It's pretty significant that Harry views this person as this specific deity.
The death blow is coming.
Your name.
It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone.
Dora is short for Dolores.
Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
That's why I think of Dolores Day.
Why what?
Are you Dora Dubois?
Oh no. We're not doing that again.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around and it will happen.
You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch.
This is like watching a train wreck in slow motion.
I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who, everyone?
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
Should have gone even deeper, to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Cool. Your friends. Say hi to your friends for me then.
I will.
You're Dolores Day, Queen Regent of the territories of Mundi and Insulendi. Nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
All right, we'll go for it. It's a mistake, but we'll do it.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
Then that is that.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
That's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
Harry is such a sad person. Yeah.
I'm pregnant.
It's the man I heard on the phone.
Yes, he did it. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? You poverty-stricken fuck.
Okay.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
More questions. Ask more.
I bought you this figurine of a headless fallen rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
Then figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? But I thought the historic figure she had.
She liked war games and figurines?
Yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication where words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless found rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
Maybe this revolutionary figurine then. Maybe you can take this revolutionary figurine. It's got a little musket.
No, please. Please don't give me anything.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place, a doomed commercial area.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Okay, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked these things a long time ago. The headless fallen rider especially. But now, only boring hell remains.
But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
You didn't say it, you wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries.
start reciting. I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a trip down memory lane.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. I'm starting to... I mean, Harry is a disaster, for sure. But I'm starting to maybe understand where he's coming from. Maybe. I'm not sure. We obviously don't have all the full story here, but... Every step I take, it grows until by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back, something, bow collector. I know it will be like this until I walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always come back to it.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
No, I'm not happy.
Then why are you doing this?
There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then. Filled to the brim with love for you. Hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
I was cool.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
There was a bow collector, a light rail, streetcar number
42. That is the light rail that took me to Coron, to school and work. Every morning. It's the same stop I met you at, Harry. 100,000 million years ago. No human being should still remember the position of atoms such eons ago. It must feel unnaturally sad. A sadness so ancient, it is shared even by archaebacteria.
Voyager Road, I know that place. Where is it?
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
What happens now?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
Hold on. What is there to do in Morova?
Light. life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you, and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
You don't want me to let you go. Not really. You asked me not to.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Well, if it's 5 years ago, then we've only got 15 to go. How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
This is intolerably bad.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Well, maybe, like the expression or our filthy mutton chops, we can, you know, slap a band-aid on it.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
My sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really threshed and squealed in your sleep.
We have 2 skill points. Good lord. I think I want 1 more in hand-eye coordination. And I think I want 1 more in visual calculus. Money and magnesium. And more magnesium. I should have bought some more health stuff before I left. Hatch is jammed shut. Nice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. Okay.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, where it has always been. smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes, 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 yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
What is happening here? This happened once before. Yeah, okay. Camera got snapped to something weird. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. Weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. Old medicine cabinet, newly stocked in dramamine. And fuel canister. Inside of the fortress you make out the console and the blast door. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. I'm having some trouble reading the verticality of things right now. Dramamine, hey, that's helpful.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Like the ones we found at Land's End.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags, its sloped roof A tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
With a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. I feel like I should take a point in something. Reaction speed might be nice. I'm gonna take reaction speed and I'm gonna change my clothing real quick. What's her pants doing? Reaction speed. Okay. We've got okay reaction speed, could be better. Water rushes below, far down below. Wait a minute, what's that? Oh, a found arrow shirt. With hand-eye coordination, heck yeah, bud. Wait a minute, what's that? What's that?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Excuse me. Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
This generator proves the universe is material. Kick the generator. I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Pour fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Not sure what that accomplished.
This old cylindrical generator. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
It's on the other side.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
We open the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Turn emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
When we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
What's it there? Point to the door.
I don't know.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Alright. Could very well be the end of the game here, I don't know. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Oh. This is not the fireman.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
You didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness, a weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you have there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell McGrav?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
A Samaron rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Sin Yao Commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true too. I don't want to do that yet. I need you to put down the gun so we can talk further. We're the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
You are not ready for this. Keep going. Okay.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But
Damn.
he may still get it in his hands.
I
Looks like
sacrificed.
he knows the weapon.
I sacrificed all my authority for hand-eye coordination and reaction, and guess what is the main challenge here? Okay, but keep the gun down while we talk.
No.
Okay, no?
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said. This uses jacketed ammunition.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
It's as he said.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The rifle's been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
What have you been using this gun for?
No reply. His leg twitches. Strangely, like a puppet on a string. There's something off. You feel it. This was the right question. You just... He sounds like he hasn't gotten to speak to another human being in a long time. Especially about politics. That's what you should do first.
Those words, the future teaches you.
Real music. Real Brilliant cult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
I'm not a misanthrope. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job.
The job of a shitlicker.
What is La Revacholière?
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was... some Samaran shit, I guess.
La Revacholière. I've heard that name somewhere else.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it.
That's not it. I've talked to her.
Talk to her?
Yes, in the church.
God's shithouse. Should have taken it down like they did in Grad. Dismantled it for firewood.
How does it go, the song?
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
Damn, that's a name.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
You've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Who's that?
Always.
I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold.
What reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little. He does not believe a police officer is genuinely revolutionary.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
What?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
I've always suspected the same.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Coalition military?
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could have become self-employed, create the system. Nah, what do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
TRCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
You need to be looked over. We can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice the lieutenant is about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped. and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course, those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Weapons cache under St. Ghislaine? Ghislaine? Nah, probably Ghislaine, huh? In the basement, have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
One more question. Do you smoke Tiamortiri cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said that this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
You never signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Understood.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
What does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
A priest?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
It means you're a trained communist.
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
I'm also a communist. This is not going to go well.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
Liberist?
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
I'm not a liberal. I told you I'm a communist.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
I don't know. I think that's exactly why we've come here. We're two communists arguing about communism. What's better than that?
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you used this gun for?
What have I used it for? I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
What he just called you was the equivalent of the F slur. Yeah. I won't take it personally.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill the colonel of the security contractor, Kreno?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
We've done the ballistics. Point to the tower. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope?
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of the Martinet.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
What am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinet. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
Big as a Discord channel? Yeah.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Clage. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Clage.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
Even I'm not on board with that one. Muscles in his jaw twitch and spasm.
Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Torres.
Fucking imbecile.
Black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out running shoe on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the triangong.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals.
I bet you it's gonna turn out he thought it was me or something. He was trying to shoot me and he hit the mercenary by mistake.
You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting.
What I mean is that from behind, Harry might look somewhat like the mercenary, and that would have been the shot that he would have had.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them. Their leader, Titus. We handled the situation. Nah. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer.
No, I knew who it
armored
was.
and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too, he was a man. I don't really agree. I don't know if I agree with any of this. I don't know. Very ambivalent on how I feel about the mercenary.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
Just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them at that night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
I am questioning the content for which I have chosen for this charity. However, I am simply in the whirlwind. I'm sorry, but also, you know, I had no. This is my first time playing through this, so I had no idea how dark this was gonna get.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Can I take points while I'm talking to someone? Because I noticed, I mean, there's a challenge within this dialogue. I could take points in that and then, you know, succeed it. You'll get something nice to wrap it all up before the end, don't worry. Okay.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
I had this character slightly spoiled for me, but none of this dialogue, and I didn't know that this is how this game ended at all. I don't know if this is even the ending. I mean, there's always the possibility for more. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brou.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy, we should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to film. Oh, I mean...
Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Very high. How does he know those minute details about her body?
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in a wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling and rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You had feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No,
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells.
Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
The dream.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
You hear a low frequency hiss, barely, beneath the audible spectrum. Then it's gone. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she led us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Across the water, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, made of grey cinder block houses with Eternite roofs, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea.
What is up with Esprit de Corps? It's like always like, hey, I know you're neck deep in like investigation, but also, did you know there's a couple people like enjoying a crumpet like 100 miles from here? Just thought you'd like to know.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Let's put a couple points into composure. How about this? Is the police mentality, so I guess it's supposed to be what a police officer would worry about? Do you think it's worth putting 2 points into composure to make this check a little bit easier? Or should I not worry about it? Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
The next sequence needs High Inland Empire. In that case, I'll put my points in the High Inland Empire. I'd rather have it in the last part than in the second to last part.
Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that social democratic union and the farce of a social democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let him finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
That's all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on.
Didn't he die?
Feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children.
Jeez.
Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
There was something about the statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
And syphilis?
Syphilis is a disease Philippe III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it?
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
A part of me feels like the people that wrote this are like just getting a lot off their chest, but like in the most extreme way they possibly can. Like they don't necessarily believe this at all, but it's like I just need to say this, you know, like I just need someone to say this in some way. It's so extreme, but like at the same time it's like I'm not hearing this. I want someone to say it, you know? Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
Edgar Everard's brother.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
You've talked to Edgar.
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clares asked him to.
Just popping, but grats on all them donos. Hey Galen, I was gonna ask you after today's stream, but you want to come and voice some characters in Tremors tomorrow? Because it's looking pretty good. Thank you very much.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Tremors, oh yeah.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here.
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Did you kill the Crenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Message me the deets, gotcha. Disco whores.
Whores.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
This guy really does hate everything. That's impressive.
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Nah, I don't know about.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
Shaky finger, he points to the city toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Oh, I'm about to hurt this man. Even more than he is already.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Tell me something else, Mr. Dross.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Alright, let's try this logic. I thought the logic was a bit higher about it, but... What was the deal between him and Edgar?
Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment.
It was about him meeting Edgar in a deal. Something with the union boss, the elections, the previous leader. And what do you think about this,
About this deal you made? With Edgar. The death of the colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digits. It's yellow with nicotine.
I've got to say that there are no other thoughts in my head.
You could say he has dirty fingernails, but that's just a fact. It's not going to do anything.
We're not solving this part. What do we do?
Look who's up. From the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear than me. emotionally frayed. Life is hard for us human beings in deregulation hell, isn't it?
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr. Dross. When you're in pre-detention. It can take years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed, calmly.
I'm glad we talked about this now.
Glad? It's all gone.
You're, assess his body language. May as well give it a try.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
Josef, Liniovic Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Courtnair.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
What?
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Wait.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it...
What?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
No way.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
The good thing?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Oh, that's really creepy. What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you, with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Can you see it?
I can see it.
Oh, hell yeah. That's like way more important than Harry seeing it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you.
You can dress up before talking to it? Shoot. I have made a mistake. I wouldn't know what to wear, to be honest.
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen carefully. Is this like, can I go through these, or is one of these my final choice? I'm gonna approach carefully.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
You only get one picture, right?
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
This is gonna give that guy... It's gonna give Dross a chance to get away, isn't it?
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hands. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds and the sky, and you, as a shadow before it.
For all time.
Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
Pull your hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger. Alright, go for it.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike.
With high enough inland empire, it actually spoke to you. Not sure if it was an active or passive check.
Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion.
Hello,
Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Well, if it is, then I'm already screwed.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Here you go. Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
I'm ill. If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
For me, it's fire burning.
Fire? Where?
In the city all around, it's going down. On the horizon, pale fire. This thing we're both sensing is coming to an end.
That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
So what if the next picture doesn't come? This creature is not the photographer, just the camera.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation.
Bright one, aren't you? Very, very chipper.
Even when you're sleepy, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Detective. Arriving.
I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him.
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I'm destroying him.
Is this a dream?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
All of this is Inland Empire and not electrochemistry, so Harry is most definitely not high, just insane. Where does this come from, all of this around us, the world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
We need to know, perhaps it's sent to us by a god. Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so?
So you look like a reed and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Have you accidentally eaten another reed phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandia Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
How?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Even if we get an actual answer as to what the Pale is, I don't know if I would believe it in this context.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. This is the gloaming I've been waiting for ever since I woke up in the hotel room.
So, it is already happening. One day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it. I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman turned from the ruin Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will try. I don't know what you're talking about.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
You can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Yo, Fairweather T500 helmet. This is how you get the last part, I bet. And the scope. So I only got 2 parts of the armor.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
How could you not see the phasmid?
Mr. Dross?
We get those weird slop updates and franchise announcements after. Yeah. I mean, even if the creators had stayed to do, you know, to expand the universe of Disco Elysium, I feel like some of these things are meant to be kind of shrouded in mystery. I certainly don't think I would want an explanation, and I certainly don't want whatever explanation that the company would offer now.
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
Think it's the phasmid?
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
It gives a lot of eldritch horror vibes. Yeah, a little bit.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
They did not want to make sequels or anything while the stakeholders wanted to milk it. I thought I heard that the original creators did want to do some kind of sequel, but that might have been very, like, incorrect statement or even an outright lie. So I'm willing to believe that. Still, you know, I've talked a lot or maybe you know, in my videos anyway, about how I feel about sequels, because it's a very strange thing. And it's I don't necessarily think sequels are a good idea all of the time. In fact, rarely. So I don't think a Disco Elysium sequel would make a lot of sense. I would miss these characters. I like them a lot. I think it would be kind of fun if you played as Kim in his own kind of adventure with a different character. But like, you know, that might just be like a kind of childish desire to, you know, continue something that doesn't want to be continued, you know. You couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right. Something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Maybe this is how the Phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
You forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
Leaving questions to ask and gaps to fill for the viewers is a good thing. Not everything needs to be explained and spoon-fed, but lots of people lack the media literacy to try and find answers. Oh yes, I fought with your father in the Clone Wars. You knew my father? I don't know why I made Luke British. Yeah. I mean, I've beat this drum way too often, but I think that Star Wars is a great example of what happens when you get what you want. When when people get what they want, and something that is just good gets sequeled to forever, you know?
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Could it be there's something hormonal in this relationship to the Phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
Seems a little off for the man his age, Randy.
Disco, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje, I see what you mean.
Talked to the Phasmid, it said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
It's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company? Oh, he's been here for a long time.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
It's interesting how the insect is tied to the killer.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
I have a funny feeling that photo's not gonna work out.
No one would believe you without it.
Did you take the lens cap off? We found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
Show him the ceramic helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, Diab would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost...
You lost it?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
I saw the photo. Yes, I saw the photo. But I've seen so many things in this game that were not true. I could be showing this photo to Kim in the next scene, and Kim could be like, "What? Why are you showing me a blank Polaroid? You mean we took our only picture of you like naked with a gun and a beer in your other hand? That would be such a way."
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid?
I'm not saying that I believe what I'm saying right now. I'm saying that I always hold out a small contingent of disbelief. Like a very small amount of disbelief that all of this will be somehow undone.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
Gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
I don't know. I feel like that's actually kind of naive. They'll be safe here. We've got another point. I figured that the Phasmid plotline was run. It was too contiguous, like to not have some kind of payoff.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
What is ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like
RCM.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May.
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
She was one of the few people who were actually kind of hairy. Yeah. You know, I feel like a lot of people are kind of hairy, considering the context of, you know, the nights leading up to this game. Like, even Gart, who is a little bit terse, I think even he is kind of hairy in his tolerance of Harry's existence. You know what I mean?
Political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around
but
all
I know
that
what you
weight
mean.
on a busted crutch is making you pant.
She is you know, she makes time for Harry and what they have is positive. We descend from the glorious revolutionary army. It's a little embarrassing in 51. No, we should need a rebrand.
No one remembers the ICM. The connotation is less important each year.
A white star.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Are those specks stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What is it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Yefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Did you try shooting Kuno S? No. What? That seems far too cruel.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
What would be the context for something like that?
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, There is someone inland waiting for you.
I did get the corpse off the tree with the gun, I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong about that actually. I might have tried to cut it down or missed my shot and hit the corpse.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in. You look like a fucking clown, Harry. Not like a funny police officer, but like a real-life, full-time, pie-in-the-face, unicycle riding circus employee.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
No one else seems bothered by my style.
Bothered by it? Harry, you're a goddamn cop. They're afraid of you.
Oh, that explains it.
Yes, that has always explained it.
This is not the first time he's seen you all decked out in wacko.
Jean has a way with words.
Vic, calm down.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstrom. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I remember you. You were the one in front of that building with your son, and you're telling us about the Dom Pompadamadoms? What was it called? Where is it? The Pompadamadoms. Wompty Dumpty Dom.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Quemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trond Heidelstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
The feminine nuns.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
Wom Tom Superdom? Yeah.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid? What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
After all that Sylvie stuff, he betrays me.
Shit kid. He didn't betray you. He just told us the direction you went in. Who's Sylvie?
Sylvie's a girl I hooked Gart up with. I did that and saved his establishment.
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building, mixed with blood.
It was this one junior delinquent.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
The profile picture I use on Blue Sky is direct reference to the communist side plot with Steban. from this game? You mentioned this is your favorite game. Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force? He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
Hugh, you never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. So Trent Hildestam turns out to be special consultant Trent Hildestam.
Yes, I'm Trant Hildestam. I never said I wasn't Trant Hildestam.
Wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
What was up with all the interesting history? Spying on us?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Hildestam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
This... Never mind.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Who's, Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay.
So what does the unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Why didn't you detect or die then?
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off.
None of this is ringing
like
any bells.
You told us to. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
I drank so much I lost my memory and now I'm slowly recovering it.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have.
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
Did I manage to open the freight container? Yes.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
It was possibly one of the best reveals ever.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Line detective is good for now.
For now? I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the party? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Wait, my badge?
The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
I lost it.
He doesn't have it. Here's an idea. Maybe you could look in the motherfucking motor carriage you drove into the sea. Maybe look there. Ah, fuck it. I get it myself. Just tell me you have your gun.
I upgraded my gun to a rifle. Just repeat, gun.
Yeah, gun. The thing that was given to you to kill people.
Rifle.
Upgraded it. I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I only care about your official sidearm, which you lost.
I don't have that. I don't have any sidearm.
I knew it. I told you we didn't have it.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
Oh, I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please, put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone.
So, it doesn't even matter that I found my gun. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
No idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me. It's been a bit of a week. I'm sorry I smell bad.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. I let her go as an act of mercy.
Oh, well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect who escaped. Another act of mercy? Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case. It's solved, all of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've
Kim
spent
is my
a week
wife.
with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
Is this where I get judged by Kim?
On Lieutenant Geoffretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
That's not a good idea.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them.
I met Stebian.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
Karaoke!
He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
You hold on to that for dear life, Kim.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
As you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. I have to, don't I? Nah, say nothing.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
Actually hilarious, yeah.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. Wasn't really jealousy. I mean, he outright said it wasn't. But, sure.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way, way more.
It will win me Dora back. No, it won't. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could just be a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job, with a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
The previous head of the de Bordeaux Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
True.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment it seemed like you were just wasting time.
I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
Kuno!
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's
I didn't.
alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I also started a nightclub in the church. I don't want to tell him that. Phasmid was female.
Female? What makes you think so?
Oh no.
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too,
Thanks,
I think.
Kim.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Interesting. Then it is especially vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the entire species. We're probably talking conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Could have been male, actually.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
So what do you say? You want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
Suspects seem to think so.
You're too unstable to work for mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
Do you mind if I ask, Maine, how long is it, would you say, from now until, like, credits? Because if there's a lot, then I'd like to... We hit the milestone for a 24-hour Minecraft stream, which might have been a very poor choice for me, but I could finish this at some, like, in another stream. I definitely sense that this is nearing the end, but I don't know. It could definitely keep going. A few minutes, this is the end? Oh, okay. All right.
They are damn iconic, though, Torsen and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
C-Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. are the losers too.
But
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
But I never met Edgar? I don't think I ever met Edgar.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot. Guerrilla soldier gym teacher?
No, a regular one.
I was a flagellant monk.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Alright.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Collection of found sportswear I've amassed.
Your moves on the church floor, which honestly was just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
Contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
Suits the charity in the end. I don't know if I came across that line of dialogue.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
That Kim is gay? I actually didn't know that. Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of open competition, a 5,001 rank outsider.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vote an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Homosexual underground. If you annoy Kim with queer realizations, he tells you that. Oh. I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk. Dora something. Dora Engelund. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait, Dora Engerland.
Something like that. Half Vazan.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
Oh, so I only have 14 years to go then.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7.
Oh, 13.
You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingalon really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
What a way to describe someone. What did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable.
Can you stop?
A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin.
Is Welkin from that RPG that we were hearing about?
Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
The Phasmid, I need to tell Elena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
Lena.
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Cryptozoologist, she lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
I meant investigate, come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Kim, someone made a Kim shrine at a convention and it got a ton of tributes.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi, I got a Chivo.
He's really considering it.
I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood? Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Wow. It hints at so much more in such a seamless way that I honestly, like, I would find it easy to believe that there's like another 30 hours of this game. There's a lot of interesting things that, a lot of interesting places it could go. It definitely feels like it could have even been like first of a trilogy. I know what I'm saying after having said, you know, it's childish to think that it should continue, but I really think it could have. I do know that this is just like such a monumental, it is a monolith of like writing and art and so many amazing creatives working together to make something that will probably never be topped in a lot of ways. Like, it's certainly a high bar. Very different depending on what stats you build into, just the different dialogue options and information given to you. All 4 political routes is easily 200 hours. Yeah, for sure. That's what feels so monumental about it. Hey, Trace Brothers. Thanks for joining for the end. Like, this would be a good enough story in its own right. Like, just a fun little detective story to kind of sink your teeth into. But the fact that there's so many interweaving threads, and the fact that they all have they all become surfaced depending on how you build your character is just like kind of insane. More a piece of art than just a game. Yeah, I mean, like, to me, this could only exist in this medium. I think you could tell a similar story in any other form, but I think this is only a thing that could be interacted with. Like, I would wonder if doing more than one playthrough might actually spoil it in some ways, but then again, that's the intention, right? Or is that the intention? Is the intention to let you have a unique experience, or to play through it multiple times and have get other hints, clues, and like threads to kind of build a full picture? I don't know. It really is like it's the workings of truly mad people. Dialogue menu was very inspired by Twitter. Oh, that's interesting. That actually, it kind of I can understand that, like the way all of the different facets of Harry kind of talk to you or talk to Harry definitely feel like the ravings of Twitter. Contradictory information, contradictory philosophies, like all just kind of like yelling at each other. It's really good. You do the other political routes, you get to explore different side characters. Measurehead specifically has layers to him. Measurehead is... There's no throwaway characters in this game. Truly impressive. Like, no one in this game is taken for granted. Even a little bit. Every single person is fully realized and an opportunity to like fully explore someone, which is like just crazy. I didn't realize how close to beating the game I was the last time I played it. I mean, I know I played it for almost 7 hours today, so like, was I that close? But it felt pretty close, you know? 7 hours isn't that much in the when it comes to this kind of game. Remains fully linear. You mean in the way that time progresses and events are kind of anchored to when they actually they are always going to happen at a certain time? Easily 80% in. I was I kind of described where I was to a friend of mine, and they were like, yeah, you're like halfway through. I'm like, oh, I definitely have, you know, a ways to go then. Considering how much I had played the game, I felt like it could easily go for another 30 hours, or it could end soon, you know, like... I didn't give out any games today. I'm doing more giveaways. I want to talk a little bit about the charity, but I'm going to give away all of my codes tomorrow, the ones I have. So I have codes for Dwarf Fortress, I have codes for a bunch of different Kitbox games, actually, as well as I want to say that Trez Brothers donated a few codes to give away for games that they've made and published. So I'm going to make a big show of tomorrow. I'm going to be reading through the script for Tremors, it looks like, because I'm ending the stream now, unless someone wants to make a massive donation towards the reading of Shrek. Hint, hint. You can still do that if you really want to, but as soon as I close the stream, then that'll be the deadline. But thank you very much, Maine, for hanging out in chat, and for anyone else who's lurking. I hope that you know, I didn't spoil the game for anyone. It was a very strange thing, I think, to suddenly play Disco Elysium from 80% in for charity. But it really always kind of bothered me that I didn't have closure on this game, and it also bothered me to continue playing from where I was and not do that like on camera in some way, because, you know, I don't know, you play 80% of something on camera and it just feels wrong to finish it in your own time. So I'm glad I finally got to do this, and I'm glad I finally got to get it on the channel. So those are kind of selfish things, but forgive me for caring about those kind of things. Yeah, don't be sorry. You're great. You're great. I've definitely seen people be enthusiastic about something and be far more rude about it, and you are absolutely not, Maine. Thank you so much for joining in chat and for giving me other little insights. It was honestly really nice to have someone in chat who had already finished the game, so I knew I wasn't spoiling it for them, and to just hang out. So also, I do want to give a shout out to my friend Peter of Rock Paper Cynic. That's a small in-joke, but he actually gifted the game to me, so you know, insisted I should play this game, that I would really like it, and he was very correct that it is very, very good. So I'm glad I finally got to like finish it. So looking forward to Tremors though. Yeah, hell yeah. Listen, I only encourage people to donate to the competition so that we can maybe actually hit our goal for the charity. In the grand scheme of things, we're pretty close. 120 pounds away. That's really nice. I really didn't expect to do as well as I did for this charity, so I'm glad. I'm gonna go ahead and give you all my spiel again. Do you think there's any post credits? It doesn't let me skip, so there might be something post credits. Probably not. Seems a little trite for this kind of game. I think we're nearing the end of the credits here, actually. I don't think there's anything. I really thought that we would like they were saving the phasmid for like a post credits thing. Like just as you see the car like trailing away as Harry and Kim leave after having solved the case, you just kind of see the phasmid lurking in the bush. It had that air of it. I didn't think they would straight up reveal that the phasmid is a thing and also Kim can see it and also like it's tied to the murder. Like that's kind of wild to me. Stress relief dog mentioned in credits. Rip to Zaum. Z-A-U-M. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but yeah, there's nothing. That is totally fine. A little sad to actually finish it. I really, I definitely thought there would be a bit more, but wild. All right, well, if you did join me today, or if you're joining me in the future, I did this to raise funds for the LGBT Foundation, which is a national charity focused on providing critical health and well-being services, such as a helpline, counseling, information on sexual health and well-being. It is also works to educate people and encourage increased awareness and system change. LGBT Foundation provides a talking therapy program that provides a safe space for discussing emotions and identifying strategies for maintaining mental well-being. You'll have to forgive my me stumbling over my words. When it gets late in the day, I'm a little bit brain frazzled. LGBT Foundation offers a variety of programs based in Greater Manchester and Liverpool, such as providing tools and information for safe sex, the prevention of HIV, access to PEP and PrEP, and testing for STIs. Thanks for awesome stream. Thank you so much for joining me. Your streams are oddly in a time frame that works for Europe, so I'm glad I got to tune in. I don't stream often anymore. I guess I would like to in the future. It's kind of weirdly better for me to just record and create space for myself to do that, but I like to stream. I definitely like to hang out with people. It suits me sometime until it doesn't, if that makes sense. But I'm very glad and grateful that I got to do this, and I feel privileged to having actually finished this game for the first time. So thank y'all for that. South Africa here? Oh, nice. All right, well, with that, I am gonna end the stream, and that means that Tremors is officially the winner. Pause for dramatic effect. What's really funny is if Shrek was winning, the only one that I would want to donate myself to, just tip the scales, would be Tremors. So I got exactly what I want. But anyway, I'll see y'all next time. I'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. EST, and I'll be reading the full script of Tremors. We'll be doing other things as well, but we'll find a time to make that work. Thanks very much for joining me. I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye.